ما شايف اليونج person وواحد old person. اليونج دائما شي وجهك fluffy like bouncy. Things like that's the natural way. Not just me, فعلا. I'm
Yeah.
really good luck.
Talking in your sleep, I know you want to cry all night. All of your violence.
Kitty, kitty. Where's my controller here?
Oh, I was testing.
Can I take it back?
Yeah.
Is there any other controller here?
No.
Who cares?
Fuck.
Most brain dead people, by the way, in the Arab world are definitely the Emiratis. Completely brain dead.
Wow, you hold on. By the way, I just
At,
looked. Yes, sir.
at the at Harvard University, the biggest defenders of the Jews who were opposed to the encampments, the biggest defenders were the Emiratis.
It's crazy.
You ever listen to them talk?
Yeah, I missed
I
it,
mean, they
Scott. I've
sound,
been raiding with the boys,
I don't
but
know.
It's not
retarded. The most brain dead people.
Oh god.
Don't worry, I got a Karam. Don't even kill the boss, I got it. Dude, Stein's tried to off the boss, so I had to tick eat it. I saw that. I swear he tried to.
How's that? How's that?
In the Arab world. The
Yeah, I would have tick ate it. Okay. Stamina's already online.
هناك تعاون خليجي.
One more. More. Drink that.
Think of it. It's not just NATO. You know who else didn't help?
Been busy hating life.
Hail as okay, guys, and try to emote. I mean, I'm giving you. This is the same level of fall off that like a chicken used to be a have at the. Hey, yeah, okay, more, but like limp dick country. That's it's insane. Still, like, you know, that was like their thing. It's the
But they
before the.
like to remind everybody.
That's what they said about ages and other farming said. And then
did you guys see that in 2019 he said this thing which was really politically incorrect and rude? I don't give a fuck if he was having sex with your grandma in 2019 or 2012. I don't give a fuck. Why are we having this conversation? Why are we talking about him?
I think that if I was in Kyle's position, I'd say the same thing. I do. I think that from their perspective, like strategically, they would probably not want to have people talk about, like, having any type of infighting inside of a community is like, it's a bad idea. He's so right. He is. And I think that Kyle represents a worldview that is destructive. I think that his values are wrong. And I think preserve the, you know, continuation of the conservative to create things. What's this thing about Tucker Carlson is in direct message to President Trump?
Who do you think you are?
He's mad.
You're tweeting out the F word on Easter morning? You'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. So obviously you're mocking the religion of Iran.
Yeah, he is.
Okay. If you seek a religious war, that's a good idea.
It is a religious war. It's undeniably a religious war. Iran makes it a religious war because we're not Shia Islamists. It's always been a religious war.
But by the way, no decent person mocks other people. Who do you think you are?
Other people, absolutely they do. Like, I think that there's point, like, of course they do. Is Iran not decent people? Like, I don't know. And so, people pretend to be mad about language is crazy. Yeah, this stuff is extremely toxic to the left. In politics, we need to start purging extremists like Hassan. Democrats are doing this. We have to help them. Go ahead. It will be to your detriment. It's my honest advice. I think that there's a lot more people that are extremists than you'd want to imagine. And I think that, yeah, I mean, and I think there's been a, like, this weird, like, so there's been a massive subversion inside of, I think, a lot of right-wing communities, too, where you have a lot of people who are trying to, I think, subvert and cause division by creating a distinction. Like, I think that they've used Israel and the Iran war as flashpoints to create a division inside of a lot of the right-wing communities and right-wing ideology to, you know, assign basically things that are detrimental to, in my opinion, separate foreign interests as being pro-Israel to hopefully proactively assign a negative value to them and make people that are right-wing but anti-Israel think that they're siding with America by siding against America's best interests because those best interests align with Israel's best interests, and it's more important to be against Israel than to be for America. And I think that that subversion has hurt the right-wing movement. I think that it's damaged Trump's presidency. I think it's Trump's fault, by the way, that this happened with the Epstein files. It's completely his fault, but it still happened. And I think that he's walked into that. And people like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and, you know, even Ian Carroll and Nick Fuentes, like if you had an aligned, united front around focusing on big issues like removing illegal aliens, getting rid of their citizenship, taking citizenship away from people that had it for, you know, kids that were born here, getting rid of the anchor babies, denaturalizing anchor babies. That's the kind of narrative that you should be pushing right now if you're a conservative. If you want to conserve or preserve the identity of America, if you want to preserve the, you know, continuation of, you know, these different social systems, that should be the main thing that you're focused on. You know, lowering H-1B visas, which to be fair, they did that. Marco Rubio would be deported. Well, I mean, you wouldn't do it for everybody. You'd just do it for a lot of people. You don't have to do it to everybody. And so Alliance, the fact that we elect Trump for it, well, I think that Alliance does matter. It does. Do you think Charlie Kirk was killed by 3006? Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that again, like, was Charlie Kirk killed by the person that shot that gun? Yeah, I think that's what happened. I think it was just a crazy retard, and I don't think that there's going to be any connection ever made to Israel or any sort of intelligence agency ever. And I think that it's just a hysteria that right-wing people have cooked up in order to continuously keep this upset, you know, paranoia around Israel on. I think it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous subversion that's a colossal waste of time. It serves no purpose other than to divide people and to create infighting. And Kyle is right to see that with left-wing politics. Now, I do see the argument on the other side, that allowing people like Hassan to define the Democrat Party whenever Hassan says things that could be seen as extremists could alienate central, center voters. I think that's true. But I think also there should be more of a focus on the things that people that are extremists say that unite them with the whole, rather than the focus on the things that separate them. Because the reality is that people that are giving that type of advice about removing those extremists, they want you to lose. So, like, for example, like whenever they say like, oh, well, you should distance yourself from this person or that person, why would I listen to that person tell me that when that person wants me to lose? Why would I take their advice on what I should do if their best interest is for me to not get what I want? You see what I'm saying? You would never listen to a person. Like, you're basically listening to a person that's giving you the best advice on how to lose. Don't do that. You say that with the left? Well, no, that's why I just said with Kyle. I said, I can see why he's saying this. I don't like Kyle. Kyle's a retard. But I can see why he's doing something. Like, I can see why a lot of people do things is that they have principles, and then the principles help serve their goals. I don't. I have goals. And I think it's Israel really that's driven the wedge between a lot of people. It's not really wrong. It's Israel. But it was just talking about what saying. There's nothing. Stay safe. Enjoy your night. Thanks, man. You too. Tell me that you were tripping just tonight. You know? Principles themselves are bad. So, before I'm saying, right, so like, this is the person. I'll make a purple so you guys can see. So,
Stupid bitch.
And so the morning of Easter is a uniquely joyful and peaceful moment. And yet that peace yesterday was shattered. That sound statement was shattered for many observant Christians by a statement that the President of the United States put out at 8:03 a.m. Eastern Time on Easter morning that said this, and we're going to read it in its entirety, not in outrage or self-righteousness, but honestly in horror. Quote, Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. 3 exclamation points. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. All caps. Praise be to Allah. President Donald J. Trump. Now, a lot of people reading that imagined, of course, this can't be real. Did the President of the United States really just write that? And it is real. It is maybe the most real thing this president has ever done.
It is real.
On every level. It is vile. On every level. It begins with a promise to use the U.S. military, our military, to destroy civilian infrastructure in another country, which is to say to commit a war crime, a moral crime against the people of the country, whose welfare, by the way, was one of the reasons we supposedly went into this war in the first place. They're being killed by their government. We have to rescue them. And now here's our president, not even a month and a half into the conflict, which we are not winning, by the way, because the Straits of Hormuz are not open. There's one way to keep track. That's the measurement. Saying that we're going to use our military to kill the civilians of this country who didn't choose. What are they going to do with it? There are civilians everywhere. Blow up their bridges? Bridges on military bases? No, just bridges. Bridges that people cross every day to go to school and work and to worship, and yes, church, because there are over 1 million Christians in Iran. This is their Easter too. And power plants. Not power plants attached to missile factories, okay, but civilian power plants in a country of almost 100 million people. What happens when a modern country, and a country that has a nuclear program is a modern country, sorry, Iran's a modern country, what happens when it loses power? Well, people die. Babies connected to incubators die. People in hospitals die. And those are the first level effects. And then people begin to starve. And then you have refugee crises. People leave the city looking for food, and yet they move into other countries. In the region, in Europe, in the United States, you cause chaos and death, mass suffering and death when you do that. And we have done that. We have intentionally bombed civilian infrastructure in Iran. It's totally unacceptable. Not under the phony laws of some international body, but under moral law, God's law. Killing non-combatants, people who did nothing wrong, who didn't choose this war. Who are just people, created by God. That is immoral. That will never be moral. That can never be justified. That is always wrong. It can be expedient.
I would like to extend a heartfelt...
We need to do this. It doesn't mean it's right, it's the most wrong thing. And we should always remember that what we do will be done to us. Live by the destruction of civilian infrastructure, live by the killing of children, the bombing of elementary schools and colleges. And you will die, and your children will die by those same things. This is a fact. That's never not been true. We don't want it to be true. It's the last thing we want to be true, but it is nonetheless true.
Jesus is the way.
He was on his neck. He called out, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Human being.
You want me to look at
Franco is, but he must be a fucking.
You know
loser.
Francisco Franco?
He's got $2 supporters.
Bruh.
$2 supporters. Sure, Al-Assad, is that this guy? No. Fuck, wait, who is this? Who are these people? Fuck, am I supposed to know? Who doesn't have? Oh, Eragon. Eragon. Is it Eragon? Eragon?
you make of Medina's politics? I'm curious.
Middle East. So tomorrow, Anna, you got to go live in the Middle East. Where would you live? You can pick one city, any city. You can, you know.
So we got a player in here who's act.
What we like to say.
Oh. Yes. Yes. extensions to start up to warm up. Not crazy heavy, some leg weights, leg press. Since I'm warmed up, do 3 sets of leg press. Then I move over to probably the hack squat. Really stimulate the front of the quads, that sweep. Thirdly would be some sort of squat movement, whether front squat, back squat. I usually alternate week to week. Lunges. So walking lunges, if I'm in a gym, then I can walk up and down, finishing off with more leg extensions, really a little heavier. faster. What was it called? We had a full on conversation about a bunch of different things. I'm asking myself, does your schedule? Yeah, what are you doing? Right? What are you up to? And then what time? You said they called you this weekend? Saturday. I saw you were doing draft lines at the beginning. Oh my, it was Saturday. I think I called you. And then July was even like, is that the Pilates or the day before? Great conversation. Yeah, the president comes. I know some people are beginning. Yeah, but I mean, we're here now. I understand. But I just what was it? Fizzle? Didn't realize they ironed that hot. I've been cleaning bathrooms a long time. I can say, white man did just those things like after shit. See, white man is out there living. White man, he could be out there healthy. He called it ta-ta. Now you know what the white man got. Now they don't get like all the night. That's why he don't have to wash his hands neither. Yes, white man has them. That's why. I clean that. You kept a fox and raised it like a dog. You might think foxes mark their territory constantly, and their beak contains a chemical similar to snow spray, which will stick up your home. If it gets bored, you can hold your couch, chew up your table, or just jump your fence and escape. You could try training it with food. If you ever punch it, it could bite you, which is why they're being stats in over 20 states, and some people think they're better served than stars. You kept a fox and raised it like a dog. You might think you would make a pretty pet, but foxes mark their territory constantly, and their beak contains a chemical similar to snow spray. Curious thing which I thought often like 6 languages. I can speak French, English, Dutch, but other than that, okay, but it's just something like French. I don't speak. I don't like it after windshield straight. I know what this is. It's right up there. First off hand driver. I didn't feel white man. I didn't feel what I don't understand is that it's so offensive to them. Why do they say it over and over again? So right to the end for you. It's not just him. You know what's in help us? South Korea didn't help us. You know what's in help us? Australia didn't help us. You know what's in help us? Japan. There are 50,000 soldiers in Japan. Oh yeah, this is gonna be fly on me, my nigga. I like. I'll never think better.
First time trying Walmart hot food limit habit. Forntie each tray was a $47 tax 47 cents. Three out of four people have quit Clash Royale since November. Almost 75% of players have quit Clash Royale since November, bro. New analytics from active players. I know. Thank you.
How am I supposed to tell if you can't? What's that supposed to mean? Got eyes like apostrophes, dress white, talk like drive Jews. How am I supposed to consider the dog when she think you are if you do? Yo, Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa is Japanese. It's insult. How am I supposed to say? Black women don't want to be happy. They got a lot of family.
If you slice open the
He was finally able to activate his emergency transponder. First message, simple, powerful. Send a message, God. In that moment of isolation and danger, his faith and fighting spirit shone through. Shot down on Friday, hidden in a cave. All over fucking Lagos, Israel, they're using it to fucking genocide people. It's like everybody's scared out of the wits right now. It's like our religious leaders are afraid to speak out. It's a time when like Satan is amongst us. Our religious leaders are fucking shit. Just like, let's go. I don't know, man. Just chill here. Just chill. Tears involved. Awesome. For sure. But then, this is a for sure biased source just by the way they phrase that. How much longer does Israel let us stay alive? Question. Why are you saying? I didn't say anything. What are you saying? Israel Adesanya. Oh. What? Yeah. Don't worry about it. What the fuck are you saying, son? All of the money goes to Israel and they're using it to fucking genocide people. It's like everybody is scared out of their wits right now. It's like our religious leaders are afraid to speak out. It's a time like Satan is amongst us. Our religious leaders are fucking shit. Just like, let's go. I don't know, man. Just chill here. Just chill. Tears involved. Sure. But then, this is a for sure biased source just by the way they phrase.
Okay.
Many orders they ask themselves how to take up respond to issues I'm seeing right outside my house, right on my block. It's not others. But we know that the orders are measuring the impact of taking up anyways, and they're saying that before we believe the cause of yours out here, you have to show that you today, we're celebrating 100,000 potholes that have been filled over the course of this 100 period. Those potholes have been filled over a day. And it's truly thanks to the incredible work. I'm telling these guys that there's no danger of losing their job to me. They are the experts here. But what we're trying to also shine a light on is the fact that servants are doing incredible work in the city. And they KSI too. They're making real money and doing anything. KSI too. It's all just a cat mouse game. People are like, look at the Democrats. Next time it's like the same shit has been happening forever. They haven't. If I had my choice, what would I like? March 1st, the report comes out. February 28th. Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei was performing duties in his office. Then suddenly America's and Israel's fighter planes arrive, drop missiles and bombs, to which the blast becomes so big that the entire leadership house gets destroyed. And then the report comes that Ali Khamenei's body was recovered from under the rubble. After that, Trump posted on social media. He needs to go. I really believe that he needs to be impeached under the Democrats. And I don't even want him to be removed from office because I don't want Vance to become president either. I want Vance to work down with all of it. But he just needs to be shut down. This guy is totally insane. It's becoming more apparent all the time. But I still about that in the moment. And I'm fully done with it. Whatever warm feelings I had toward President Trump are dead, gone. After the past 3 weeks. It would grab the rat. Who are these people? Get out of my house! You a man? The accents that quite part out loud on the SD5. They all do that. They got me. They got me. How much longer is Gabriel? Let's say a lot. Is that AI? That's sort of what I say. Oh. I'm saying you want shipping to information. The official is out. It's out. I don't think they did it. I'm not saying you want shipping to information. The official is out. You didn't want to go kick the game.
Cyrus the Great freed your ancestors 2,500 It's now time to pay the debt for Cyrus and return it and free the Iranians to make your own religion. All you hear, the Jewish people, the people of Israel, you have a debt in your everything dropping is sorted out. Details on your next day, send you my letter, which will be a skin back when you guys email Legos style. The sequel to the dark future half the night, the back has like for as far as skin back when you guys Legos style, the back like also as far as we get smart, it's information. You open into the file, so it's exact same situation. Often you talk about check in for my search, you can do the answers of my every call, right? Right, every call is right, so they can handle this every idea. We'll just have to talk about it.
One egg has treats inside. Can you find the right one?
And now it's like sort of sense what the problem
Things like that sometimes those pieces of spine. Stations. It's bigger. Do you think that if I do it, you're gonna say like changes in vision stations. Sleeping well, pressure in the head. Bigger. Things like that sometimes those pieces in. Hey, bitch! Mama, is that tiger ball?
مجاهد شباب طريق
but most people on the planet, that the Israelis are behind this war. That means the Israelis are going to be blamed in the United States and in other places for producing this disaster. And it's hard for me to imagine that that's not going to have a negative effect, a significant negative effect on U.S.-Israeli relations moving forward. But I would just say to you, Alex, and you, Alexander, you do not want to underestimate the power of the lobby in the United States and the power of the lobby to keep the United States and Israel joined at the hip. The lobby is enormously powerful, and despite all the damage that Israel has caused or will cause, I wouldn't be surprised if the lobby is able to mitigate a lot of that damage.
Let's just look at the other allies of the United States. We have the Europeans, and there's some criticism and tension now between the Europeans and the Americans. The Europeans are saying this is not our war. They are making it absolutely clear as they can, that they see it as a massive diversion of from the war that they want the United States to be focused on, which is the war in Ukraine. For them, Russia remains the main concern. We discussed this in many programs, and the worry that the Europeans have of one day the United States losing interest in Europe and walking away, and of the problems that will cause for the Europeans themselves. And we have comments from the United States too, that the Europeans are being very unhelpful. They're not rushing to help in the Strait of Hormuz. There are statements not just from Trump, but even from people like Rubio. Where are the Europeans when you need them? Why aren't they helping with the Strait of Hormuz? Are we going to see a change, a shift here in US-European relations as well? And is this going to continue beyond the current administration? Some people in London are worrying that they will, that a major line has been crossed.
Well, I think that if Trump remains in office for another almost 3 years, it's hard to believe that there will be anything left of the transatlantic relationship by the time he's done. I mean, first of all, there's going to be huge economic damage in Europe. There's already been significant damage that was done in good part as a result of the Ukraine war. And here in the early stages of the Iran war, damage is being done in Europe. And most of the accounts that I read in places like the Financial Times, the Wall Street Journal, all indicate that the biggest hits are now being felt in Asia. But what's going to happen with the passage of time is that the troubles, the big troubles, are going to spread to Europe. So the European economies are really going to be badly damaged by the Iran war, and add to that the Ukraine war. And furthermore, President Trump is going to blame the Europeans for losing this war. I mean, we know how President Trump operates. He's not going to accept responsibility for this disaster. He's going to look to blame other people. And he's going to say, we could have won this war had the Europeans come to our rescue. We have done all these wonderful things for the Europeans over time. And when the money was on the table, the Europeans did nothing for us. They're responsible for the fact we couldn't open the Strait of Hormuz. They're responsible for the fact that Iran basically won this war. So not only is Europe going to be...
Hey, good to be back. It's been a minute since I've done a show. We got a lot to talk about tonight, lots to get into. Big show. Our featured story tonight, we're talking all about the war in Iran. Day 38? I've honestly lost track. I think we're in week 6. I think it's day 38. I'm literally just counting on my fingers. I'm like, I think I did a show on Wednesday. I think it was number 34 or 33. But we are in the middle of the sixth week of the Iran war. And we got some big development for you. Well, it turns out that President Trump's 10-day deadline for Iran to open up the Strait of Hormuz has officially passed. That deadline was supposed to be enforced by this morning, today, Monday, April 6th. And the big development is that the deadline has been pushed back another day. Actually, a little bit more than a day. So where we left you last week on Wednesday, is that Trump had created this ultimatum. You recall, I don't even know when this was at this point. At this point, it feels like it was 7 years ago. But I believe it was 2 weeks ago that Trump announced his initial deadline. It wasn't this weekend, the previous weekend, but it was the weekend before that. Trump gave a 48-hour deadline to Iran, an ultimatum. He said that if Iran doesn't open up the strait in 2 days, then he is going to bomb their energy.
And specifically, he said their power grids, their electrical grid, not necessarily their oil and natural gas. Well, that deadline was about to elapse, and then Trump extended it by 5 days. He gave them until that Friday. That deadline approached as well, so Trump extended it once again, this time for 10 days. And like I said, that deadline technically expired this morning, around 10 a.m. Eastern time. But the deadline was not enforced because just yesterday on Easter Sunday, Trump extended it without saying so, but in effect, he extended the deadline by another 36 hours. And now the new deadline is tomorrow evening. And the terms are simple. If Iran does not open up the Strait of Hormuz, then Trump is now planning to bomb effectively all the civilian infrastructure. Not just their power plants and power grid, but also now their bridges, potentially their oil, and other economic targets in the country. We'll see if that actually even happens. It seems at this point that Trump is going to be forced to either enforce the deadline again or extend it another time. And that is because Iran has already rejected the latest peace proposal from Washington, as well as the intermediaries, which are Pakistan, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt. There was a 2-point plan. This is updated from the previous 15-point plan. The new dual-track plan is a 45-day ceasefire. It has, in the short term, a truce, a ceasefire with the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, and then within 3 weeks, there would be some additional arrangement for how the Strait of Hormuz will be governed in the future, but there's no details on that. That was submitted to Iran. They have rejected it as of today. Iran came back with a 10-point plan of their own, which the United States will never agree to. It's a series of maximalist demands, which mirrors our 15-point plan from a couple of weeks ago. It's basically everything they want and nothing that we will ever agree to. Iran says that, actually, it is the United States which has 24 hours, because if the U.S. attacks Iran, then they will plunge the whole region into darkness. So that's where we are. And we're going to talk, because if the U.S. attacks Iran, then they will plunge the whole region into darkness. So that's where we are. And we're going to talk all about it. We're going to work through all the latest developments. We'll talk about the ultimatum. We'll talk about the so-called peace process, which I think is just a load of garbage. It's all fake. It's all a bluff. It's a game of chicken. It is a charade. It's not real. It doesn't seem real to me. And we're also going to talk about this daring rescue mission to recover the 2 pilots from the F-15 fighter jet. And this also happened this weekend. Very strange. Very strange. The first manned aircraft has been down in the conflict this weekend, which many people, myself included, believe would be the weekend that the U.S. would attempt some kind of ground operation. And so I'm sure you've heard about it. Allegedly, an F-15 went down with 2 pilots. They were stranded inside the country. And Trump mobilized with the Pentagon and the CIA, what he's calling an air armada, to go into Iran on the ground to rescue them. But some of the details are a little bit strange. There's a lot of very suspicious, conspicuous equipment losses. Lots of loss of very expensive aircraft in Iran. Hundreds of personnel apparently operating on the ground. And it seems that we were landing aircraft closer to highly enriched uranium inside Iran than we were actually to the stranded pilots. So we flew in all these aircraft, and apparently it was a couple of C-130 military transit aircraft, as well as a couple of small helicopters, Apache helicopters, in addition. And all of this was lost. All this equipment that was flown in had to be destroyed. But it was 60 kilometers away from the highly enriched uranium site. It was almost 400 kilometers from where this F-15 went down with the pilots. So what's really going on there? Well, some people say that this whole stranded pilot thing is actually just cover story. And what really happened is that we did try to get highly enriched uranium, and it didn't work. So we had to scuttle some of the assets that we deployed there and aborted the mission. And this whole thing about a stranded pilot with a pistol hiding in the mountains was just a fake out to spare us the embarrassment, to save face, because we tried it and it didn't work. We'll talk about that too. So it should be a pretty good show. We're going to get through all of it. Before we do, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the show. Remember to check out our merch store at Forntie.store. We have our brand new spring collection. A lot of great stuff. People love it. People are loving it. T-shirts, hoodies, sweatshirts, hats, quarter zips. It's a lot of great stuff, you guys, and it's very high quality. It's designed in America. Designed, constructed, packaged in America, which is really what counts. Screen printed, high quality materials, custom fit. We have a brand new America First hat. This one is in white. We have the white quarter zip, Jeffrey Epstein QZ. We also have, oh, you know, a lot of stuff. Just check it out. Forntie.store. If you want to support the show, subscribe and become a Plus member. America First Plus. $15 a month. You get access to every episode of the show. Plus, the show in MP3 format, MP3 downloads, RSS feed, high quality video player. Every other piece of content I've ever made. What more can you ask for? $100 a month to get access to the exclusive group chat with me. I'm actually in there, regrettably, and I have to talk to everybody, which I love. And even when I don't do a show, I didn't do a couple of shows last week because, well, it was Good Friday and my internet was down the day before. But even when I'm not doing the show, I'm in there dropping additional bonus content. All the things I can't say on the show, all the things my handlers won't let me say, I'm able to say in the group chat. And I'm able to be candid. I'm able to be myself. I can't really be myself on the show because everybody's so judgmental, and you really wouldn't even get it. You really wouldn't even understand. But in the group chat, you know, that's where I can really just, I can let it all hang out. I can let it hang with the niggas, with the $100 niggas in the chat. $100 a month club, America First Plus. Check it out. Okay, with that, we're going to get into the show. I hope everybody had a great Easter. Happy Easter. Christ is risen. I mean, he is risen. Okay, listen. Is it just me? It's getting to be a little bit much. I got checked on the timeline. I got a little fraternal correction from Dr. Taylor Marshall. Yesterday on Easter, I say, Happy Easter. Happy Easter, everybody. Enjoy. And I knew it was coming. I told everybody in my group chat the day before, with my friends, not the rich people. I said, just watch. Just watch. I said, they're going to get on my case because I don't say he's risen. Which is fine. I'm happy to say it, but like, I say Happy Easter, and Dr. Taylor Marshall jumps in the replies. Happy Easter, ... and he is risen. Well, okay, yeah, totally. It's like, and how quickly did we go from Happy Holidays, right, to it's Merry Christmas, to he's born? It's like, okay, do we really need to do, we're always trying to outdo each other. We're always trying to go the extra mile. We're always trying to just do a little bit more. And that's fine. You know, and honestly, that's great. But I saw that the other day. And what I'm talking about is, for whatever reason, all these traditional Christians, they really get particular about the seasonal greetings. It's no longer enough to say, Merry Christmas, Happy Easter. Now it's got to be, Christ is born, Christ is risen. It's like, I agree, like, that's something you say and everything, but they get mad if you don't say it. They get mad if it's just Happy Easter. If it's just Merry Christmas. And it's like, whoa, Nelly, like, hey, we're all on the same team here, okay? I'm Catholic, I agree, but like, it's literally, it's like the religious police in Iran. We're giving each other a seasonal greeting, hey, Happy Easter, and you know, then you get somebody tapping you on the shoulder, excellent mass, gentlemen. By the way, he's risen, is what it is. It's not Happy Easter anymore. That's like, they made Happy Easter the new Happy Holidays. Anyway, I just had to throw that, just a little comedic relief. It's not that, I hope he doesn't get mad, it's not that serious, it's just kind of funny. But I hope everybody had a great Easter, Happy Easter, everybody, I enjoyed. It's been a minute since I did the show. I didn't do a show on Friday because it's Good Friday. I never do a show on Good Friday. It just doesn't feel right, because it's a very solemn day. And then Thursday, I was about to go live, and then we had this crazy thunderstorm, my internet went out for like an hour. Well, it's been a minute since I did the show, and everybody was very unhappy with me. I saw somebody in my replies on Twitter today. Somebody replied to my tweet. They said, "You better get a show tonight. You haven't done a show." What did they say? You missed 4 shows in the past 2 weeks. I'm like, yeah, well, who's counting? How about a hey, how are you doing? We better get a show tonight. I'm literally replying to somebody else, and somebody replies to me, hey, man, we better get a show tonight. Yeah, how are you doing? Yeah, thanks. Well, here's your show. What else? The other thing I want to get into before we get into the news, I gotta be honest, I'm really sick of the Iran thing. It's honestly super depressing and terrifying. And it also just feels like a little bit too late. Can I just say that? So before we get into the Iran news, and I just want to say this briefly, to me, I just feel like it's a little bit too late. I feel like Woody Harrelson in 2012. Remember that movie? And Woody Harrelson played that character that predicted the end of the world. And it's like, hey man, I tried to tell everybody. I tried to let you know that this was coming. Now everybody wants to prep. Now everybody's saying, what do we do? How do we stop this? What can we tell our congressman? Can we call Congress? And I'm like, listen, like, you know, it's great. I'm happy that you made it this far. I appreciate you signing the apology form. It's a little late in the game for that. The Antichrist is president. Okay, the Antichrist is president. The red heifer has been born. We are at war with Iran. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. At this point, reasonably, what really do you think is going to happen? What do you think is... This is the end game. This is it. People are coming to the show now in 2026. The bombs have already dropped. Purim was last month, and people go, Mr. Fuentes, there's too many of them. What are we going to do? I'm like, I told you not to vote for Trump. The Antichrist was on the ballot.
Clobbered.
They practically said, Antichrist 2024, Gog and Magog at Armageddon. Like, you voted for this. Like, I told you not to. Now you ask me what can we do? Well, it's too late. There's nothing that can be done. So, for the past 6 weeks, we're talking about the latest, the developments. Trump, the Antichrist was on the ballot. They practically weeks ago, get a clue. It's getting a little too real, and maybe it's just time to face the music. Maybe it's time to face reality. Okay, this is it, right? Anyway, so I feel like we're coming to this Iran war day in, day out. We're just being lied to. I get the feeling that everything that we told from the White House, everything that you see in the press, is a calculated deception, even more so than usual. It is just designed to be wartime misinformation. I wouldn't even call it propaganda. They're just playing the zone with calculated tactical lies to confuse the enemy, but also our allies, and just even keeping up with it, trying to parse it, it feels extremely tedious. And also somewhat pointless, because it's also too late as well. But anyway, we're already into it. Before we do, I want to talk a little bit about this huge article today in the New Yorker. It's a little bit of White Hill. A lot of black pills going on lately. The Trump administration's free fall. The deportations are not happening. We are at war with Iran. The cabinet is blowing up, exploding. Trump is totally insane. Arguably, he's empowered, he's demonic in control of government. But there is one white pill in all of this, which is huge spread today in the New Yorker, and they say that the Quakers have effectively taken over the government, taken over the conservative movement. And I encourage everybody to read it. I put it on my Telegram channel today if you missed it. My Telegram, also reply to it on Twitter. It's a long article. I'm not going to read the whole thing. But basically talks about how it's so much more prevalent now that you have worker or worker adjacent young people, basically everywhere in politics, at these conventions, at campus organizations, in the administration, and the congressional offices. And this was always my vision. If you've been a long-time watcher of the show, you've been with me for a very long time, you know that what I'm about to say is true. In the very early days, when I didn't have a big audience, and I never really anticipated that we would really move over to the window and change the conversation. Maybe 7 years ago, I used to say that my plan is to red pill enough of the young people that they would take these ideas, they would go to college, they would get involved in some way, whether they would make a lot of money, they would be a lawyer, they would go to government, and they would carry with them, and they would pay for it. They would people around them. If you got rich, they would go to my show. If you got learned, they would learn the sport revolution. That was always my vision, that we would plant the seeds, let the flowers bloom in the future. That was sort of the long-term play, but now that is effectively what's happening. I want the hearts and minds
Throughout the day, you will participate in several games. The winner of all games
prototypical like Gen X boomer idiot. And anyway, he's a respected conservative intellectual. And that really put across, even viral, because he said that those like 30-40% of staffers in the Trump administration are rooms. And this is what because we're so much blood at that time. Why is Hunter so popular and what's going on? Is it real? Is it raining bots? What's really happening here? And he put that quote, and he said, this is data. This is actually a quantitative metric of two white separate workers, I think. At that time, white had a number around 34% of young people in workers. Listen to the New Yorker talking about that. This is from today. It's a quote. In November, conservative writer Roger Mayer published an article on Substack about a weekend trip to DC. He wrote that up to 40% of Gen Z staffers working in Republican politics appear to be workers. Many online pundit class bought and his staffers with fists. And that's the American actually echo many of their workers. Citizen crisis game. That was true in 2019. Workers today, more some all social conservatives, and they're all either traditional Christians or they're so far right they're like there's even a Substack of pagans who think Christianity is racist enough or something. And that's all they have. And the only difference is this one are those who want to accommodate. This is some who want to accommodate some of the larger forces of right politics, and those who want to accelerate the destruction of everything due to all those trans forces. It's really dark sense. That's all there is. And I thought that was the most fascinating part. It doesn't just that they said 75% of young people are workers, but they said that even those that might say they don't like workers, they can sell to any other person who would be considered a worker too. And that's the thing. That's no, it's so ubiquitous. We have saturated DC and they've seen with young people so much. There is nobody that is not on board with the program. So that was a nice part of the article. I will say though, if you actually read the whole piece, I was sort of shaking my head. The author of the piece interviewed some guy about the war, and she goes, the guy actually seemed like an interesting guy. So she interviewed a so-called broker, and the profile of the guy, he wasn't named obviously. She said that he's getting a doctorate and he's got a really good job and that he's preferred, he's white, and presumably he's on the chat, like total, you know, great and everything. But she's running the profile and she says that she sits down with him and he does like a salute. And it's like whoever was interviewed for this article, he's a job to do that. Why would you do that? So, gosh, he was getting that speech from Einstein. So, my brother, what are you doing? He was pretty good. Man, you want to see a change? Be the change. And check it out. Get involved in politics. Is it all right? Another guy, and then finally got something going on. I've never seen people doing these. Not allowed now already. That's the idea. So, this very white one. There's a piece in New York. Atlanta can say, Nick Fuentes is on.
Green light. Red light. Green light. Red light. Green light.
Before we proceed to the next game, we'll begin a vote to stop the game.
The next game will begin shortly. Welcome.
On Instagram, he's winning. He's breaking through the algorithm. You might read that and say, oh, they're acknowledging your triumph. What they're really doing is they're begging Instagram to ban me. Because they're saying, look, are you really going to let this happen? Instagram's letting this Nazi win. See? This Nazi is winning, and Instagram's letting him do it. And so it's actually meant to galvanize and activate more opposition where there wasn't any. Where we were, kind of getting away with it. Not really, I mean, we're posting clips like anybody is. But where we were having success and we found a formula that worked. Now they're sending up signals there on Instagram. Whoa, you got a Nazi winning on your platform. You better put your finger on the scale. You better change the rules. Last week, and the same thing here. And they say, we're taking over the government. What they're really trying to do is galvanize the right-wing establishment to destroy the right-person government. That's what it is. It's like Project 2025. Making Project 2025 voting man for Trump is about. They made this political liability. They wanted to identify Republicans with this honest piece of land so that they would make that asset of us. And they trained and refined the right wing with that kind of association. Trying to do the same thing here. You're going to lose, but I'm not. I'm doing this for a long time. And that's clearly the end game there. However, it is just also true. And I just happen to believe this point. It's just a little bit too late. These are all, you cannot throw a rock in DC and get a young person and then I voice, at least on the right wing, it might be some left wing person. But if you throw a rock in DC and hit somebody on the 35, it is what it is. And that's become every boomer radio host, talk show host, boomer politician, their contractor, their producer, their whatever is voice. They watch the show, or they watch something that's some flavor of the show. And that's just what it is. But anyway, I'm going to against these elements in Iran. And I have to say in the first place, the elephant in the room that our coverage of Iran, the latest, is this post yesterday on True Social from the president. We're going to talk a little bit about the significance of it in a minute from the point of view of the conflict and how it's unfolding and where all this is going to go. In the first place, I just want to read the post because as other people point out, there's something really striking about it. So this is what our president posted on True Social yesterday on Easter Sunday. He said, quote, Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards, you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Trump. And I don't know about you, but I saw this yesterday. And like Marjorie Green, like Tucker Carlson, and Candace Owens, and everybody else, this is disturbing. It's actually sickening. And I'm not that guy. I think you know that about me. I'm not really one to be a bleeding heart or clutch my pearls or be sanctimonious about this sort of thing. But everything about this, it's everything about it. It's bad enough that we are in a war in Iran without a reason, without a plan B, an exit strategy, a plan. It's not enough that we're being lied to about it, that we're doing it for Israel, Americans are dying, and Trump is totally flippant about that. It's Easter Sunday. It's literally the holiest day of the year, and this is what you post. Not happy Easter, not Christ is risen, nothing. You threaten to bomb Iran, which is bad enough by itself, but then it's profanity. Open up the fucking strait, you crazy bastards. Tomorrow we're bombing all your infrastructure, and then mocking God, and then praise be to Allah, and then mocking God in the middle of it as well. And this is when you realize Trump is evil. He's not a bad president. He's not surrounded by bad advisors or bad personnel or people that are disloyal or not giving him good advice. I've been trying to say this for years. It's him. He is the problem. He has always been the problem. This entire time, any way you want to cut it. It's not people under him, it's not people around him, it's not people failing him, it's him. And it's him at his core. It is because he is a completely hollow and wicked person. Who else, what other kind of person could say something like this? And it would be bad enough if you were a Fox News talk show host, you expect this kind of thing from Mark Levin. You expect this kind of thing from Laura Loomer. These people have darkened minds and darkened souls, and they are shock jocks, and their business is to offend the conscience of everybody to get attention, because their message is rotten, nobody will support otherwise, and nobody will pay attention to otherwise. But this is the president of the United States. This is the head of the country, on the holiest day of the year, threatening to bomb Iran, open up the strait, fucking bastard, praise be to Allah, President Trump. Who writes something like this? What kind of human being writes something like this? I don't understand how anybody could still be making excuses. This is what's above and beyond. I used to think 10 years ago that when Trump would fight back against the media, this is one of the things that we used to love about Trump. When we used to say that he was rash, that he was rough around the edges, he's direct, he talks how we talk, he says what we're thinking, he's not politically correct. Remember that? That used to be a part of the appeal. Actually, that used to be central to his appeal. People used to say that that was an indicator of his authenticity, his honesty, his groundedness. He's not like the other politicians, he's not about the bullshit. And so 10 years ago, I used to think that was funny. I used to think it was cool. I used to think it was refreshing. And the reason is because it seemed that all of the stability and the formalities and everything like that, it seemed like all of that, we were going through the motions. And underlying it was a lot of propaganda and lies. So at a certain point, people said, let's just dispense with all of these pointless rituals. Let's dispense with all the pomp and the formalities. Let's dispense with all this politically correct language. And let's just be right about what's happening in our country. And maybe there's something to be said about that. But we have come all the way around over the course of 10 years. And now, is there no decorum? Is nothing sacred? Is there ever time to be respectful of anyone or anything? How about respectful of the U.S. population? How about the fact that you're the U.S. president for children and families and for nation Christians? Talk like that at all? How about respectful of the fact that it's a holiday, that it's Easter? Respectful of God? There's a time and a place for everything. You can argue. There's a time when we can say swear word, and there's a time when we can be funny or flippant. But here's a few areas when that's not a good idea. When you're at war and it concerns the lives and deaths of U.S. soldiers and civilians. Here's another time when that's not appropriate. On Easter, the one day of the year when we commemorate the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Actually, it's every Sunday, but Easter's the actual historical day when it happens. Those are a couple of situations when actually you want the president to be president. That's actually when we want the president to be respectful and to show a little bit of decorum and civility. And if you can't put that together at a time like this, what kind of leader are you? What kind of man are you? And so I've been saying this for a long time. I'm over it. And I'm not just over the policies. I'm not just over the administrative aspect of it is not what we were promised or it's not optimal. I mean, I'm over all of it. I'm actually sick to my stomach of all of it. I really don't like this person anymore. I don't want to look at him. I don't want to hear him. I just feel sick to my stomach every time I see this human being on TV. And it never used to be this way. Even when I didn't agree with Trump, even when I recognized that things were trending in a very bad direction, and even when I recognized that he was going to betray a lot of his core principle, there was still part of me. There was still some sentimentality, some nostalgia. I still have some affinity for Trump just because of how we all got here and the fact we started movement and everything. I have none of that anymore. Any warm feelings that I had for the president have completely evaporated. And everything that I thought was funny or kitschy or charming or refreshing, I now find disgusting and appalling and unbearable. And I'm over all of it. I'm over the true social posts. I'm over the bragging. I'm over the dishonesty, the flippancy, the glibness. Doesn't take anything seriously. Doesn't respect anything. It's honest about nothing. I'm over the look. I'm over the way that he has no respect for the truth. That doesn't care to know anything. I'm just over it. I hate this movement now. And I felt this for a long time. I said this during the election in 2024. I said it's not just that Trump is obviously going to sell us out. I said there's something deeper happening here. I said 10 years ago you could feel it. You could feel that this was different. This was a political outsider. He was going to change everything. It was funny. He was smart. He was sharp. He was telling the truth. At least it felt like that. And I said in 2024, It's not like that anymore. The rallies are not fun anymore. It's monotonous, it's boring. Every speech is just a bitch fest. It's a list of grievances and grudges. Tired old slogans are not catchy or funny anymore. They're not pithy. He's 100 years old. He doesn't even know where he is. It's so self-indulgent, and it appears that the entire combination of narcissists are trying to sycophants. Then it just gets worse and worse and worse. And nobody wants to say anything about it. People are so offended. Oh, this is great. Oh, he's the best to ever do it. Oh, he's so nuts. And you know what I'm talking about? This crap. I used to say a lot more, but I still see it on Twitter. It's stupid assholes. Every Trump post, rally, every time is stupid jokes. How disgusting is it? He'll be in one of these press conferences for cabinet meetings and tell a joke. And all the sycophants start belly laughing. He will say the lamest, most unfunny joke in the cabinet. He'll talk about the auto pen, Biden, whatever. And the sycophants laugh and laugh. How disgusting, how embarrassing is that? Is this the first world? Do we live in America? What country is this? Are we in a movie? I mean, it's a joke. It's a lace session. One cabinet member after the other. Oh, President Trump's a genius. He reads so many books, he knows more than anyone. Oh, we got the best economy, always the greatest. Oh, God, I do that. I do that. Then everyone double laughs. What is that? And I see this on Twitter. I see the sycophants on Twitter. Every time it's a joke like that, they go and quote tweet. Oh, he's still got it. Oh, he's the best to ever do it. Oh, they'll never be another like this. Give it a rest. Are you not tired of doing all this action on this guy? So I'm like, this is very crushing to witness. And I'm over all of it. It's very hard to continue to watch this train wreck, every aspect of it. The speeches, the press conferences, the cabinet meetings, the true social posts. I don't like this person at all. I don't like this movement. I don't like anything that has become. I don't like anybody in it. Look at who is left in MAGA. It is this piece of shit, the president. It is, and then these idiots in the cabinet, one dumber than the next. J.D. Vance, belly laughing at the president like an idiot, fat, disgusting, being rated by Trump, being called fat. And Howard London, who's in the Epstein files, and previously Cam Bondi, who's a knucklehead, and Cash Patel. And then it's the defenders on the internet, the Zionists, like Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, pure evil. Pure evil, no love in their hearts. God is not with them. They are clearly demonic, clearly diabolical. And then it's Chavez Boy, like Capture and Jack Sobek in the chorus of other BC, D-list influencers being paid by influencers, GOP or whatever on Blaze on Twitter. That's your MAGA movement, and I hate it. I hate it. I feel like 10 years of my life was involved in MAGA, and now I can't stand the sight of any of it. I don't recognize any aspect of it. Not the policies, not the rhetoric, not the ideas, the people, even him, even man, I don't even recognize him anymore. He is spiritually disfigured. And I don't think that this was done to him. I think this was brought out of him. It's clear that wickedness was always there. We just didn't see it. It was disguised. It seemed that maybe everything else appeared so much worse by comparison. Standing next to Hillary Clinton, standing next to what existed before. People forget how bad it was before. It was really bad. They didn't recognize. But now that this is all that there is, now that we are in the post-woke era, where Trump won the popular vote, now that Trump is our true-term president, and the left is currently still less favorable than the Republicans and Democrats are, now maybe it's just so much more obvious. But I can't stand it, and I don't like it. And this is why it was so important in 2024. I hope everybody recognizes. This is why it was so important that we struck out and did our own thing. Because one thing that is unique about the boy person compared to everybody else, is that my followers have always been more loyal to me than they are to Trump. And that is the difference. Because I'll tell you something. Everybody else, including especially those that are against this war in Iran and always have been, including especially those that are not as for this immigration policy or unhappy with it, they all supported Trump in 2024. And I'm talking about Tucker, and I'm talking about Candace, and I'm talking about Ian Carroll, and Dave Smith, and Alex Jones. And I like a lot of these people. And I think a lot of these people are doing a really phenomenal job right now. But all these people, man or woman, supported Trump in 2024, either because they were caught up in it or because they had no other choice. They couldn't oppose the president. Why? Because Trump is more popular than them. Trump is more popular than them with their own followers. So they had to. It would have been career suicide for anyone else to go against Trump before it was popular. Now some of these people, you can see how Tucker is rated, Candace is rated, Dave is calling for Trump to be impeached, and credit where is due. Better late than never. But they had to wait for it to get this bad on some level because it wasn't an option in 2024 because they were subsidiary to the larger Trump umbrella. And for 10 years, that is why it's been so important for us to have our own thing, our own bubble, insulated, distinct, separate, protected. And sometimes that made people feel uncomfortable. Sometimes that made people feel left out. They wanted to be part of the Trump movement. They wanted the benefits conferred upon them by the Trump movement. They wanted to be out here in this other club. But that's why we always have to go that way. Because the writing was on the wall even 8 years ago. I remember, this is the last thing I'll say, and we're in the I remember in the Diaper War in 2019, when the Diapers were invented, when the Diapers became synonymous with my followers, when America first got put on the map, we raised a challenge to Charlie Kirk. When all of this started, I remember in 2019, my followers would go turning point and say, you're not a real conservative because you support mass migration, you put Israel over America, and you're a social liberal. So how are you conservative? And you know what they would say? They would say, well, guess what? Trump is in favor of legal immigration, and Trump is pro-Israel, and Trump endorses Lindsey Graham, and Trump is pro-gay and pro-trans, he's friends with Caitlyn Jenner, and so they would say, it is you that is out of step with MAGA, it is you that is a fake Trump supporter. We are the real MAGA. And you know, some people at that time might have tried to contest that. But I said, you know what? You're right. It's true. Lindsey Graham is Republican and Mar-a-Lago. We are not. Doesn't that tell you something? Mark Levin is promoted by Trump. We are not and never will be. Alex Jones got an interview with Trump in 2015. I understand that. But the rest of them, Sean Hannity, Levin, they still get access. I said, so instead of forcing it and trying to make it work, I said, we need to recognize it. I don't want enough timeline. If we were all arrested in the past, we're going to find ourselves outside in the cold. Because you know what? They're right. Mar-a-Lago and Trump always has been infiltrated by those elements. And we're never going to be able to leapfrog them in the court of Trump thinking we kiss enough ass. If we defer enough to the president, if we engage in these court politics and political machinations, maybe one day he'll choose John McEntee over Brooke Rollins. Maybe one day he'll choose, who knows, Tucker in the base guy over Mark Levin and Laura Loomer. But I recognize that was never going to happen. So we have to say the real solution is to recognize the legacy of Trump and Trump is on, while also acknowledging that it is the end all be all. He was a necessary step, a first step, but he was never going to take all the way. He can't, he won't. And it's up to the next generation that actually has dynamic, new ideas, radical ideas. They will have to take the baton from him, even if by force. Even if it's a hostile takeover of MAGA, I don't give a shit. I don't care if Trump cries, he doesn't even work, he doesn't even need lightning. We are going to have to take the baton from Trump, from MAGA, from Bryant, from his cold dead hands, if we have to. And that's not right, I'm not saying that in any type of suggestive way. Right? He's an old man. He is an old man. His followers are old. Trump is 100 years old. His followers are 100 years old. Mark Levin's audience is 100 years old. Fox News, who watches it? Other than nursing homes in the villages. Trump is not going to be around in 15 or 20 years. We will be. And Trump is not good enough and never has been. We will take the baton if we're lucky enough for him to see the light into us. If not, we will wait for his career to sunset. If necessary, we will wait for him to pass on to the next life. And we will fucking take it. We will fucking take it from boomers, including the king boomer Trump. We will take it from Fox News. We will take it from them because it is necessary. Because it is the truth. Because this is the necessary next step. Thank you, but they expect one of us in the wreckage. And it's not going to be my generation. So that was always the conceit. And this is what I said in 24. I said it is important that we say no, not good enough. Mary Madelson, Marco Rubio, War with Iran, Staples, green cards, diplomas, not good enough. I'm not thinking about 2024. I'm thinking about 2040. I'm thinking about 2036. I'm thinking about how are we going to create the next wave and the next movement, rather than trying to ride off of the crescent wave, the final wave of this movement. That's the message. So it's very important that we were always our own separate thing. And my followers are more loyal to me. We got our own cultural personality. We got our own fanatical ideas. We never drank the Kool-Aid and all that. And that was MAGA's crashing and burning. Look at what that is doing anyway. That is actually liability. At this point, you almost wish there were fewer Trump supporters rather than more. But I think that point out is true social post. It's one of the most disgusting things. You feel it on a deep spiritual level that something is very wrong here. There's so much evil that surrounds this man. There's so much evil that surrounds this presidency. Someone like Mark Levin. Watch this guy show. Look at his Twitter. He's filthy. Filthy and diabolical and hateful and demonic. And this is the person that Trump is anointed as a person. And these are the things that Trump is saying. The things he's saying and doing. It's so cruel. It's so dishonest. It's so flippant and insincere and sarcastic. Wickedness and evil surrounds this man and this White House. And the things that they are doing are wicked and evil. And at this point, it straight up is a matter of conscience. Do you have a conscience? At what point do you say enough is enough? I get it. If you were riding with Trump because on some level you believe that Trump is going to give us opportunities to plug our guys into the White House, whatever. There's a lot of arguments that were made even for people to recognize this fault. People must recognize this is not right. You know in your heart of hearts, this is wrong. On Easter, could it even get more clear? And it's not even Easter. It's true. Out of all the days, out of all the circumstances, you are the commander-in-chief. You're the leader of the free world. You're the president of the United States. And it's Easter. Show some respect. Show some decorum. Some things are sacred. Death, war, the sacrifice of soldiers, the immolation of innocent people, the resurrection of Christ. These are sacred things. These are things that are due their proper respect and dignity, especially by our leaders. And if you can't do the bare minimum, if you can't even fake it, then you are a diabolical person. And anybody that's fallen under the influence of this, consciously or unconsciously, is worse off because of it. This is sick stuff. And I hope that people have become a little more awake about it. If it takes this much, like I said, better late than never. I'm not even missed it. Bombing Iran, during the Epstein files. Some people are still making excuses. I don't see how you can do apology after that. I will say, one thing. I saw Tucker Carlson's video about Post. And listen, like, I commend Tucker in a lot of ways, but in other ways, he's totally lost the plot. So that post from True Social that I just read, Trump does it sarcastic. He says praise be to Allah, which I think is crass. I don't think that's appropriate. But Tucker says, how dare you mock Islam? How dare you mock Islam? And I'm like, whoa. I'm like, whoa. Is that what's wrong with the post? Like, look, you shouldn't be saying the F word threatening to kill civilians on Easter. Enough said. Isn't that enough? I saw Tucker's reaction that went viral. He goes, hey, you don't disrespect Islam. And I'm like, okay, like that's the problem? That's what you have an issue with, that he disrespected Islam? And then Tucker does another one of these convoluted, he goes, if you make fun of someone's religion, it means you think you're God. And you're not God. It's like, what? Like, the fuck? I don't even know. I can't even understand the connection. We can't mock another person's religion? I agree it's not polite. I agree we probably shouldn't be too flippant about it. But I also think that Christianity is the true religion. And we should point out the faults in other religions. And I don't think it's necessarily the worst thing all the time to be mocking. I don't think the president should. I don't think the president should on Easter or during a war. But it's like, that's the part that you took umbrage with? He goes, you don't mock Islam. We are not a theocracy at war with theocracies. I'm like, what is this guy doing? This is a freestyle. I don't know what direction you're taking this in, pal. So I commend him. It was directionally it was good. But I read the post and I said, you definitely shouldn't be threatening to kill civilians and dropping F-bombs and mocking God, like in general, on Easter. But this whole, like, don't you dare mock Islam, it's like, okay, so is he getting money from Qatar? Like, what the fuck is going on there? Is he getting money from these people? Because that's just, like, a little out there. Anyway, other than that, the statement was fun. But I do want to move on. I want to get into the actual situation in Iran. We'll talk a little bit about the war and some of the developments. So here's what I just want to say at the outset. So we are now 5 weeks into the conflict. Technically, this is the 6th week of the war, as you now know. And we all recognize the state that we're in. I don't need to keep telling you every day. We are in a stalemate. The Strait of Hormuz remains closed. We cannot open it by force. We are looking for an off-ramp, but none has been provided. If we sued for peace, it's dubious Iran would even let us leave the conflict because they're winning. All of this is understood. Here is the problem at this point in the game. I have no idea what is even happening here. Because we are 6 weeks in, and all we have gotten, this should be said at the beginning of every person's coverage of the war. Every single thing that we have been told about this war, every single day since it has started, has been a lie. And I don't mean they got it wrong accidentally. I don't mean there is a fog of war and it's hard to know what precisely is happening.
Welcome to Mingle Mini. When the carousel stops, a number will be announced. You must fill the rooms with that number to pass.
It's your goodbye.
I mean that everything about this war, every single day, has been a calculated, intentional, designer lie. And the intention of it is to mislead the public. And there's been this thing about everything. About how many people are dying, how many people are injured, how many assets, how much equipment has been destroyed, whether we're winning, what we're actually doing, what we know about and don't know about, how much US personnel is actually even involved. Is there a peace process? What is Iran really saying? What are we really saying to them? What is the plan? What's the end game? Is there a plan? Is there a way out? What's going going on with oil. Every single aspect of it has been lied about. And we have some idea of what happens. Obviously, the administration is stuck in this war, clearly not going the way they want it to. And the biggest problem is that oil prices are starting to spiral out of control. And so on one level, we know the administration is trying to keep morale up and it's trying to reassure markets because they don't want oil prices to go out of control. So we understand that the administration is frequently making things up or downplaying the duration or severity of conflict, depending upon when the markets open and close. Because they don't want people to panic sell or panic buy or trade in the future market the various commodities that are at stake here. We also recognize the administration doesn't want to telegraph their next move to Iran. We also don't necessarily want to telegraph their next move to our allies. They don't want to telegraph our next move to the Gulf, to Pacific, to Europe, because the administration is trying to recruit more military and economic support for the separate reopening trade. So there's just lying about what we're willing to accept and what we're willing to do in conflict, influence the decisions of those. And then on some level, we're being deceived because they know this is a deeply popular war. And I think they don't want to tell us maybe the full extent of how bad it's going. In terms of the wounded, the dead, they don't want to tell us whether their plan is succeeding and failing, so they can't tell us even what the plan is, what the objectives are. And in terms of those lies, they have to lie about the objectives and whether they're being completed. So they say things like, we've already achieved regime change. We wanted it and somehow we got it. We wanted to destroy their missiles and we did it.
Who are you going to push now?
For me, 6 weeks into
Who are you
conflict,
going to push now?
I feel a lot of fatigue because I feel like we really just have no clue precisely what's happening because the lies have been compounded. On day one, we had a very clear idea because we saw it. We knew that Iran was being hit with everything by the US, by Israel. Trump gave a speech and announced the objectives. And that first night, that Friday night on the 28th, that was maybe the last time we had any idea about what's actually happening here. That's when the administration told us what they were trying to achieve, told us what they did. We saw it happen in real time. And basically every day since then, it has been a trickle of disinformation leaking from the Pentagon to the sources like the Post, the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, and now we really have no clue. So it's a ton of speculation, and we can have a reasonable idea about what's going on, but we really can't know with any degree of specificity. So I just want to say at the outset, it's getting a little bit tiring and exhausting. Just being lied to every day. And here's the case in point. So this
You're lucky I love me
in terms of
too.
this universe,
You're
they're
lucky.
the White House is saying is actually true. So what is the official state of the war? What's the official story?
The
What is the government?
majority
What is the nominal
has
state of the war?
voted
We have to speak in these terms.
to
That's the only way to
terminate the game.
I'll see you again,
Prize
Rod.
money has been split between all surviving players. Goodbye for now.
Well, where's the right
And
now?
thank
What
you
is going on in the
for
war? The government will say,
participating.
The latest Truth Social post. We are waiting on a peace process. You might remember that about 2 weeks ago, Trump gave an ultimatum to Iran. Once upon a time, Trump posted on Truth Social that Iran had 48 hours to open up the Strait of Hormuz, which they have closed, with missile and drone strikes.
Special person, Wayne Gretzky, who I think you know, the great one. And I spoke to your prime minister and many other friends I have in Canada. They are so proud of you. And you have a lot of courage. I'm not sure if they'd want to do that. I'm not even sure if the great one would want to do that, to be honest with you. But you have a lot of courage doing what you're doing, a lot of bravery and a lot of genius. But they're very, very proud of you.
Mr. I'm going to picture you guys on the line, and we didn't have a handover.
I am. Yes, I am. And
So proud to be a part of this program and then have a handover.
I am. Yes, I am.
One more bubble and you're gone.
I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to you all. Throughout the day, you will participate in several games. The winner of all games will receive a prize. We wish you luck.
Alright, one more users.
Carlson, I think he's a retard. I do. I think that this weird anti-American cosplaying as if you're being morally consistent, I think it's just pathetic. And I do really think that the Iran conflict has the anti-Israel that's driven by educating a lot of people. It's not really.
I just feel like it's a little bit too late. I feel like I do 50 parts instead of just 12. strikes on commercial shipping there. And if they don't, then the United States would escalate the bombing campaign to target Iranian infrastructure, specifically their electrical grid, their power plants, and other electrical infrastructure. Well, that deadline arrived. With 48 hours elapsed, Iran did not open up the strait. Trump extended the deadline by 5 days. And once again, the deadline nearly passed. The time elapsed. Iran did not open the strait, so Trump extended the deadline by 10 days.
When the
And just
dial
like Iran had
says
begged the United States to extend the deadline. That deadline was
reach
supposed
the
to be
other
this morning at 10 a.m.
side to
But then yesterday, on
pass.
Easter Sunday, this was a message we just read off on True Social. Trump yet again extended the deadline in another series of posts and said that actually Iran now has until Tuesday, tomorrow evening. And once again, if they don't open up the strait, then we're going to escalate the bombing and we're going to destroy not just their power plants and their electrical grid, but also their bridges, also their transportation infrastructure. So if you were to say what is going on in the war, what the government is saying, according to True Social, is that Iran has until tomorrow night to open up the strait, or else the United States is going to bomb all of their civilian infrastructure. Now, this begs the question, why do they keep getting these attentions? Because again, it was a 48-hour deadline. Trump said we're pushing it back. Why? Well, if we go back to what history 2 weeks ago, Trump said the reason we're extending the deadline is because there is a peace process underway. Trump is telling us that there is a peace process. And specifically, Trump has said Iran is begging us to make a deal. And we are speaking to Iran, and we are in the final stages of these negotiations. And Iran has agreed to everything we're asking them for. They've agreed to nuclear concessions and other concessions, and they want to make a deal more than anybody realizes. Once again, you have what is happening in reality, which we can only guess about. We can speculate, we can guess, we can look at these instances, we can read between the lines, and then you have what is happening in the other world on True Social. And what's happening on True Social is that these deadlines for total destruction keep being pushed back because there's a peace process. And Trump is giving the peace process a chance because apparently it's super successful. The intermediaries, from Pakistan, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, they've intervened, and they're trying to bring the U.S. and Iran together to make a deal. And Iran really wants it, and they're begging Trump for more time, and there's so much agreement. And so we're just waiting on this peace process to prevail so that Trump doesn't have to bomb them literally to the Stone Age, which is what they've been saying all weekend, tomorrow. The problem with this is that none of this is true. This is all none of that is true. Okay, there is no peace process. Iran is not begging us for peace. They don't want to make a deal. There are no advance talks, and they've not agreed to anything that we have submitted. So, 2 weeks ago, when we had the original 48-hour deadline, there was a lot of talk that there would be a summit in Pakistan with J.D. Vance meeting the Iranians and making a deal. Never happened. Trump said the Iranians begged him for another extension. Never happened. The Iranians actually came out and said the only reason Trump gave an extension is because the market's opened on one day. And Trump wanted the oil market not to freak out. So he said, we're going to push it like that because peace is imminent. And then the second extension. Trump said Iran begged him for it. Iran came out and said, we never begged for anything. As a matter of fact, we don't even want peace. And then the 10-day extension. Same story. Here we are this weekend. Trump says we're in advanced stages in talks. Iran is saying all weekend, we don't want to make a deal. Iran is saying we don't want to make a deal, we don't have to make a deal. Well, we're winning. We have the advantage. We have all the leverage. And Iran says if there's going to be a deal, it's going to be on our terms. Because the United States is in no position to make any demands. And they're either going to take what we're willing to give them, or we're going to keep taking your oil out of the market. And this is a story from the Wall Street Journal. This is from this morning. It says, quote, Iran has rejected the latest two-tier proposal from the U.S. and its regional mediators to end hostilities for 45 days in exchange for opening the Strait of Hormuz. And instead, it sent a counter-proposal saying it wants a permanent end to the war. In a written response conveyed via the mediators, Tehran asked for guarantees for a permanent ceasefire, lifting of sanctions, compensation for damages inflicted in the war, otherwise known as reparations, as well as a new arrangement for governing the strait. Other demands include an end to all conflict in the region and guarantees that Israel would not target the Lebanese militia Hezbollah in the near future. President Trump told reporters in Washington that Iran's counterproposal was not good enough, but a significant step. The U.S. and regional mediators had proposed a 45-day ceasefire that could lead to a permanent end to the war in Iran. Mediators warned that if the U.S. carries out its threat to bomb power plants and civilian facilities, that Iran would, retaliate against Israel and other Gulf nations by striking their energy and power facilities, especially in Saudi Arabia. The two-tier proposal by the U.S. envisioned an immediate ceasefire in exchange for opening the Strait of Hormuz. A broader deal, including a permanent settlement for the strait, would be reached within 3 weeks as part of that proposal. Trump threatened to destroy all of Iran's power plants if the country's leaders don't agree to reopen the Strait of Hormuz by Tuesday evening. So again, you have the official story, which is, so what have we been doing for the past 2 weeks? Well, we have deployed a third aircraft carrier. Well, we have deployed 10,000 paratroopers, 5,000 Marines, 10,000 ground forces. Well, all of this is happening. And in the meantime, there is a jet fuel shortage in Asia and a jet fuel shortage in Europe, and soon to be a diesel fuel shortage. And the price of oil is double what it was before the war. And this has been the case for 2 weeks. Trump is saying that all of this has been in suspended animation because we are pursuing a peace process that Iran is begging for. They are coming to the table. They want a deal. They've agreed on most of it. In reality, that is just simply not happening. They don't want peace. They're not begging for it. They haven't agreed to anything. In reality, this is the peace process. Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner submitted a 15-point plan to Iran 2 weeks ago. And the 15-point plan was a non-starter for Iran. It's something Iran would not even consider. It contains maximalist demands not only on Iran's nuclear program, but also its missiles, its regional proxies, and demands opening the Strait of Hormuz. It gives almost no concessions in return. This is the plan the U.S. submitted that Trump said has reached the advanced stages, that Iran wants to make the deal. In reality, Iran wouldn't even sneeze at that proposal. Iran came back with their own 10-point plan 2 weeks ago. And Iran said, we'll do you one better. Instead of giving you everything you want, how about you give us everything that we want? And Iran said, we want reparations. We want you to disable all your bases in the Middle East. We want the Strait of Hormuz forever. You can never attack us again. We want immediate sanctions relief, and Israel can never attack Hezbollah. Is that a peace process? Is that advanced stages? Do you see a lot of agreement between those two positions? Let's see, the U.S. wants Iran to not build missiles, not enrich uranium, not support proxies, give up the strait, and in exchange, they'll get some sanctions relief. Iran wants us to pay them reparations, destroy all of our bases, open up the strait, give them all their, or rather, give them the strait, open up all the sanctions on them immediately, and we cannot attack their proxies, and neither can Israel. I'm sorry, where's the agreement? This is an advanced agreement. They're begging us. They're desperate for a deal. In reality, there is no process because we're not even talking to them. We're not even talking to them. Right now, we are exchanging messages between intermediaries, indirectly. There is no in-person meeting. Right now, we are passing a message to Pakistan, and Pakistan is passing a message to Iran. As of this weekend, Iran has fired Pakistan as an intermediary. And it looks like maybe Qatar will pick up that position. We don't even know. As far as what is being proffered by either side, we are offering the same demands from before, and they are still refusing. They actually have more demands now than they did before the war. So we are not in an advanced stage at all, and there's no agreement either. So if that is the case, then why has the war been going on for 2 weeks? Why did Trump not bomb Iran back to the Stone Age when he gave the 48-hour deadline if there's no peace process? Why did he not bomb them after the 5-day extension? Why did he not bomb them this morning? Well, as we now know, and as we've always known, Trump is bluffing. Trump does not want to bomb their infrastructure because the second that we bomb their infrastructure, they're going to bomb all of the infrastructure in the Gulf. And we can't handle that, and we don't want that. The second that we bomb all the power plants and bridges in Iran, they're going to bomb all the desalination and the data centers and the U.S. corporate headquarters and the Saudi Aramco and the LNG and everything else in the Gulf. And they still won't open up the Strait of Hormuz after that. And what's more, not only then do you escalate, you destroy Iran and destroy the Gulf, but then even if you get regime change in the Gulf, all this is going to do is destabilize Iran. Even if you get regime change by destabilizing the country, good luck getting some successor leader to bring Iran back together when they don't have any oil revenue, and they don't have any bridges, and they don't have any electricity. You blow up all their economic infrastructure, and surely Iran is going to fragment, and they are going to fail as a state and collapse. Well, if the goal is regime change so that they will give up their highly enriched uranium, or they will have some kind of normalization with the United States, good luck even getting a leader to succeed this regime and stabilize the country with no infrastructure. It's going to be a failed state indefinitely in perpetuity. And unlike Libya or Yemen or Syria, this is a country with many multiples. a much larger population, much larger territory. That's a much more difficult situation than anything we've experienced in the Middle East so far. So Trump doesn't really want to carry out these strikes, although he might be forced to. Trump is trying to bluff and get Iran to do what he wants without resigning in shame or escalating in such a way that is unacceptable to the American public. And that would include up to, and maybe even further, we're either going to invade the islands and the coastline of the Strait of Hormuz, invade Karg Island, drop paratroopers in Iran to seize the uranium, or some combination of the three, or we really are just going to nuke Iran. Maybe figuratively, maybe literally. And that is where we are. So nothing has really changed. It's the same holding pattern. It's the same holding pattern where we are stuck. Iran has closed the strait. This is catastrophic for us. There's no way for us to force it open. We have to negotiate with Iran to get them to agree to let some of the oil out, but it will be completely on their terms. And we're not okay with that. If we allow that, it's a strategic defeat. And so we're looking for a way that we can compel Iran to do what we want without actually changing the dynamic on the battlefield, because there's not much else that we can do. There's not a lot of room for us to escalate. And so now we're just, I don't know, in a state of denial or something. What I think is really happening is that all along the way, these past 2-3 weeks, more likely we have been preparing for some sort of ground operation. And this is what nobody really wants to say. And the administration has its accomplices in the media, like Barack Ravid at Axios and these people in the Wall Street Journal and elsewhere. The media are accomplices. The media are out there every day, every week. When the market opens and they ring the bell, they say, we're about to have an agreement. Oh, there's this 45-day deal that's being talked about. Oh, Iran is actually... And they're lying. The administration is lying. Its accomplices in the media are lying. What they're saying is the state of the war is not reality. What is actually happening is, under the cover of this facade, probably the U.S. is getting ready to invade Iran. And we're putting all the pieces in place. The carrier strike group, the paratroopers, the Marines. They said there was an artillery division from Arkansas, which is on its way now. There is a massive reinforcement happening, and you know Trump's MO. Trump is not going to give Iran the strait. He's not going to give up, and realistically, he can't. You give up on Iran and the whole thing falls apart. Good luck having leverage in Ukraine. Good luck deterring China in Taiwan, and good luck imposing your will in the Caribbean after we backed out of this. Trump has no off-ramp. He has no options. And quietly, while they've been telling this story with their accomplices in the media about a peace process, which is why Trump is benevolently extending the deadline, in the meantime, they're quietly telegraphing through Mark Levin and Netanyahu and others that a major escalation is on the way, and they're going to try to win some decisive engagement, get some leverage over Iran, and end the war on our terms. Whether that succeeds, who even knows? But it doesn't seem like we have a very good shot. And some say that this big story about this F-15 fighter jet that crashed in Iran was just a big cover story for exactly that. You might have heard this weekend that there was an F-15 manned aircraft that was shot down over Iran, and its 2 pilots were stranded inside the country. And there was this big story about how the United States, with the CIA and Pentagon, had to mount an air armada to fly in on the ground and rescue these 2 people. And the CIA had to create a bunch of cover stories and divert the IRGC. And in the meantime, the Pentagon flew in all these personnel to find and rescue these people. And when you look at the details of this story, there's some inconsistencies, and some of it doesn't add up. And there were some heavy equipment losses inside the country. They say we lost a couple of C-130 cargo transit aircraft. We lost a number of small helicopters, which are the favorite of special forces. We lost a few Blackhawks. And at one point, we had to actually scuttle some of the assets we deployed because they were hit, rendered inoperable, and we didn't want them to fall into the hands of the Iranians. And all of this went down over the weekend when the markets were closed, shy of the deadline this morning. And all of this went down in central Iran, not where the co-pilots were said to be stranded, but actually far closer to Isfahan, which happens to be the nuclear facility where all the highly enriched uranium is suspected to be buried underneath the rubble. So did they fly 2 C-130 aircraft into Iran with little helicopters inside of them? Was that to rescue these 2 guys? Or did they fly these aircraft in with hundreds of ground personnel to try to recover all of this highly enriched uranium? Maybe they came under heavy enemy fire and they had to abort the mission, fly home. And to save face, they told everybody this tall tale about some heroic pilot stranded in the mountains. We will never know. All we can do is speculate, because all this administration does is lie about every aspect of it. So we can't really even know what's fact and what's fiction. Could this have been a real story? Absolutely.
The next game will begin shortly. Welcome to Mingle Mini. When the carousel stops, a number will be announced.
Absolutely. Could it be a complete cover story to save face because we tried to invade Iran and take the uranium and we failed? Perfectly possible as well. And I would imagine that either way, we are going to try to escalate to try to save face, whether we we're embarrassed because they shot down a fighter jet, or because we tried to take the uranium and failed. Either way, it seems like all this is pointed towards a major escalation. So that's where we are in the conflict. This is bad stuff, guys. I get a very bad feeling about all of it. And I don't think people recognize the gravity. People are out there on Twitter saying, hey guys, maybe we're gonna put boots on the ground, but it's not Iraq. We're not gonna put 300,000 guys there. We're not gonna be there for 20 years. It's like, oh, great. What a relief. Oh, okay, it's only gonna be 6 months. It's only gonna, how many people are gonna be there? And when are we getting out? Exactly. You don't know, and nobody knows. And I wish it were that simple, but unfortunately, this does not look simple. And it looks like Israel has us exactly where they want us, which is stuck, trapped, no off-ramp, no way out. The only way this goes is we get drawn further and further, more liability, more of a sunk cost. We keep having to up the ante because we keep losing and we keep getting embarrassed and we're running out of options. And one day they're going to tell us the only way out is through. Just press the red button. Just deploy 300,000 troops. Just invade Iran. If there is an easy answer here, I wish somebody would tell me what it is. Would one of the plan trusters tell me what is this easy, imminent off-ramp that is likely and reliable to happen? I don't see it. I fear we're going to be here for a long time. This is going to be a complication, a mistake for a long time. It's happened before. Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq. And what's so funny, in a way, is that just before all this started, they literally were telling us, hey, you know, don't be allergic to military action. Not everything is Vietnam. Not everything is Iraq. Remember that? Remember these assholes told us? Just because George Bush couldn't fight a war doesn't mean that Trump can't. We got to be careful not to overlearn the lessons of Iraq. That's what they told us. Well, we're definitely not overlearning those lessons. Don't think there's a surplus of caution here. More like the opposite, you know, because that's exactly how these other things started. It starts out with some advice.
It's a big deal, okay? I was actually the person after all in the relationship, all right? You blew a trans? Okay, so listen. Some people blow stoplights like Emmy, or stop signs. I blow trans. Is it really a big deal? Okay. I was actually the progressive one after all in the relationship. All right. That was me. Relationship. All right. That was me. It was not her. I was actually the progressive one. Yes, I have blown a fucking dude before. Why did I do it? Because, chap, I think in life you should try everything, right? I believe that. Should you kill someone? Yeah, try it. Fuck it. Everyone should kill someone at one point in their life. Yes. Should everyone, you know, try Brussels sprouts? Yes, try Brussels sprouts. See how it tastes. You know, you might like it. You might not. You got to try everything, right? You blew a trans? Okay. So, listen. Some people blow stoplights like Emmy, or stop signs. I blow trans. Is it really a big deal? Okay. I was actually the progressive one after all in the relationship. All right. That was me. It was not her. I was actually the progressive one. Yes, I have blown a fucking dude before. Why did I do it? Because, chap, I think in life you should try everything, right? I believe that. Should you kill someone? Yeah, try it. Fuck it. Everyone should kill someone at one point in their life. Yes. Should everyone, you know, try Brussels sprouts? Yes, try Brussels sprouts. See how it tastes. You know, you might like it. You might not. You got to try everything, right? You blew a trans? Okay. So, listen. Some people blow stoplights like Emmy, or stop signs. I blow trans. Is it really a big deal? Okay. I was actually the progressive one after all in the relationship. All right. That was me. It was not her. I was actually the progressive one. Yes, I have blown a fucking dude before. Why did I do it? Because, chap, I think in life you should try everything, right? I believe that. Should you kill someone? Yeah, try it. Fuck it. Everyone should kill someone at one point in their life. Yes. Should everyone, you know, try Brussels sprouts? Yes, try Brussels sprouts. See how it tastes. You know, you might like it. You might not. You got to try everything, right? You blew a trans? Okay. So, listen. Some people blow stoplights, like Emmy, or stop signs. I blow trans. Is that really a big deal? Okay. I was actually the progressive one after all in the relationship. All right, that was me. It was not her. I was actually the progressive one. Yes, I have blown a fucking dude before. Why did I do it? Because, chap, I think in life you should try everything, right? I believe that. Should you kill someone? Yeah, try it. Fuck it. Everyone should kill someone at one point in their life. Yes. Should everyone, try Brussels sprouts? Yes, try Brussels sprouts. See how it tastes. You might like it. You might not. You got to try everything, right?
Advisors and some civilians, and we got some people on the ground, and you know what they just told us the other day? They said that the U.S. supplied the Iranian protesters with weapons through the Kurds. Who told you that first? I told you that in January. I said, I bet you 2 bits, all these protests in Iran that are happening in Kermanshah, that are happening in the West, where all the Kurds live, I said, I bet you 2 bits, that's the CIA, that's the Mossad, that's a DOD, where they have their air base in Erbil. They're pouring the weapons in northern Iraq, and those weapons are going across the border into Iran. I said, that's not an uprising, that's an invasion. That's an invasion by proxy. Those are the Kurds, they're a transnational people, and we are very friendly with them in Rojava, we're very friendly with them in northern Iraq. And that border is porous. And the Iran war is really an Iraq war too, because it's the Kurds in the north and it's the Shiites from the PMF in the rest of Iraq, just like it's the Kurds in the west and it's the Shiite and the Persians in the rest of Iran. So it is the same story. It is that classic story. You get into these things one step at a time, 1 foot after the other. That's how it starts. We didn't get into Vietnam all of a sudden in, what was it, 65? Technically, we had been there. And the same goes for Iraq. We didn't get into Iraq in 03. We started there in 1990. And even before that, we were involved in the Iran-Iraq war. And here we go again. What is the off-ramp? I can think of 0 ways out. I can think of many ways where we only get further involved. It just depends on the timeline. So that's that. We're gonna move on. We're gonna take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about all this. Not good, not good. All right, but let's take a look. We'll see what you guys have to say. Hope there's some super chats, because you guys were dying for the show all week last week. All right. Let me get set up. Let's take a look. Let's see what we got.
Danny Slow sent $20. Nick, I feel like you need to go fatty to distress.
It's not fatty.
Yorick sent $20.
Okay.
My mom's church in FL was crazy pro-Israel. Literally worship the Jews. Just found out the church's founder was former CIA.
Wow, that's crazy.
Unity Not Diversity sent $50.
Many such cases. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it.
Zatharacho sent $20. Have you watched any Holy Week procession? My favorite is the Christ of Good Death procession, which happened today.
Haven't been watching a ton of Catholic procession live streams lately on YouTube, to be honest. A lot of Navy Decoded, a lot of AI Telly, a lot of Operations Room. Been watching a lot of that, a lot of The Judge. I have not been up to date on the Catholic procession live streams.
Forntie Cat sent $27. Wasp means white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. If anyone else besides myself thought it was slang for Jews, he is risen.
Huh? You thought WASP was slang for Jews?
Chuck sent $25. April 2nd, 2019. Trump surrenders on H2B, the first episode I watched. Thanks for 7 years. A lot has happened, but nothing's changed.
I know. I know. That's such is life, isn't it? Isn't that just how life goes? Wherever you go, there you are. It's just around and around we go. Right?
Grew up it from the desert sent $20. I can forgive you for shaving the beard as long as you keep the stash.
Well,
Hashtag America first.
Had to get rid of it. Had to mog. What do you think? I think I'm mogging a little bit. Because I want to look young. I want to look like a young man. And you know, the mustache just gives like douche. You know what it is? I looked in the mirror with the mustache, and I like the way I look with it. I really do. I like it. But I looked in the mirror with the mustache, and I saw that Protestant fuckface douchebag, that young guy who I hate, who's always smoking a pipe while he's doing his Instagram reel reactions. He's always puffing on this pipe. Some nigger faggot says something based, and this guy's puffing on his pipe and goes, "Oh, that's so true. That's so based and trad." And I'm like, can someone just, John Lyons, if you can hear me, can someone just fucking kill me? So I had to get rid of, that's a joke, but I had to get rid of the mustache because I saw the mustache and I saw every fucktard idiot who has a mustache. And I said, that's not me. I'm not that guy. I'm not him. So I had to let it go. You know, sometimes you look in the mirror and you just don't see yourself. You know what I mean? Sometimes you look in the mirror and you say, this isn't me. I look in the mirror, I have the beard and I'm like, who am I doing this for? This isn't me. I have to get back to myself. So I had to lose a mustache.
License to Wheel sent $20. Did you see the various accounts that are conducting forensic tests against the official narrative on Kirk? They are finding large inconsistencies on sound, time, distance, energy, shrapnel tracing, and more.
Okay. Amazing.
License to Wheel sent $25. Did you see the various accounts that are conducting? Randall from Recess sent $20. Make peace with Kulinski, Dore,
No.
or Brunette. Back in the G after going out east and I love this city. Sweet home to call.
No, I'm not. No, fuck all of them. Actually.
Morpheus 5627 sent $20. Are your childhood friends Catholic? It's hard to relate to Normie Athos about waiting till marriage to fornicate.
Okay, it's a little...
Fewentile sent $100. Greatest political commentator of all time.
True. Thank you for the big super chat. It's true. I literally, yeah, I mean, there's just no competition right now. Thank you for the big super chat. It's so true, and yet it's so hard to be me. It's lonely at the top. I'll say that much. I'll tell you that for free.
Mickey Kennedy sent $50. Are there any programs where I can adopt a grandmother or something like a family? Because I lost my grandma 3 years ago and she was the only one who took care of me. I have no parents.
I don't even... Where you can adopt a grandma? Look, I'm sorry that happened to you. I don't think such a thing
Freako
exists.
Lord sent $50. If a woman's father had a mustache for most of her childhood, she is more likely to find him attractive as an adult. As Saddam famously said, Yabadoo, Boodabadee, Scooby-Dooby, Dooby-Doo. Andrew Potato 005 sent $20. Might have already said this, but since you like iCarly, have you seen Victorious?
Yeah, but it's not good.
Diddy Sprinkles sent $200. No message.
Thank you for the big super chat. No message. Beautiful. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sent $20. Remember fresh.
Big shout out. Thank you for the massive super chat.
Sent $20. Remember fresh. Wonder what the heck now.
Who cares? He's irrelevant now. Totally crashed out. He has nothing. Yeah. Well, they are doing the alien thing. They're really pushing the alien thing really hard. It's just getting to be a lot. You know, it's just getting really to be a lot for me. I'm too sensitive. I can't handle this. I'm ready to retire. I can't take it anymore. Fallujah. What does that have to do with anything? Let's go. Oh, I love Malibu. Oh, to be back in Malibu. Remember that song, Malibu by Miley Cyrus? You know what, Basil? That's a good song. Basil was calling me out on his show. A lot of fucking shade. I don't know what that's all about. He was like, you're wrong about Miley Cyrus. Dude, Miley Cyrus is a bitch. But you know what? She's got some good songs. Malibu. We love Malibu. We love Ordinary Girl. We love that song. It's a little gay. Whatever. It's a good song, okay? It's relatable. What else? What else? And there's another one. What else? What was the other one? I like that one. I forget the other one. There's another one I like. Remember the Malibu. I guess Malibu was one last second. I love that song. That's a good one. That's like a wholesome song. Anyway. Yeah, we need diesel. I agree, but maybe when I'm older. Very good. Yeah.
I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to you all. Throughout the day, you will participate in several games. The winner of all games will receive a prize. We wish you luck.
Welcome to red light, green light. Move when the doll says green light, and stop when the doll says red light. Reach the other side to pass.